Good morning, good morning. Let's begin. So we're continuing with the playable actions, and yesterday was mostly about fixing. We did a few things. Started implementing playable action Terraform, but a big portion of it was taken up by the same error that has been appearing and disappearing for the last couple of days, and it has to do with the input action in input handler not getting properly cleared between game runs, because we don't reload scene and domain when we start the game from the editor. Yo, what's up, Vintrix? So input actions, they don't have a quick way of like clearing all of the listeners to them. So instead we did a wrapper around the input action as a Unity event, and that Unity event is what other parts of the game will listen to. So for instance, playable toggleable action will listen to that Unity event instead of directly listening to the input action. The only problem with this one then is that it's like it gets triggered twice when we place it. So when we first click the toggle button, we should be entering a place phase for this specific action. And then when we click it again, that's when we should place this one down. Now we just click once and it's placed. And honestly, I have no idea why this happens. We only invoke this lambda here once, I think. Invoke action 2. We can double check by clearing this one, picking it up, placing it, pause. So we only call this one once, i.e. this one. Yo, what's up, Arrow? Arrow just getting some dev done today. How about you? Oh, nice. Good luck with the dev. Pretty much the same here. Fighting with Unity events, input actions, the usual. This is the only time we invoke it. We remove all listeners here. That's good. Gotta love Unity events. Yeah, I thought I did. Not so much anymore. Although it's mostly the input action that has been the biggest problem, but And then later on when we do, oh, maybe we don't do that anymore. Yeah, we do get. Replaced it with get event for input definition. And then we just return action events input definition, which should be fine. And on this one, we add a listener toggle action. And in this case, it's like we call this one, and then we call this one. I'm pretty sure we don't. We're gonna do this. Just gonna clear this one, and now place. Toggle place from state available, toggle place from state available. Whoa. Holy, okay. Toggle place from state ready. Toggle place from state processing. Toggle place from state available. Feels like we might be adding this one a little bit too much, I guess. That's just from one. Oops, that's just from one place. Hell yeah. Okay, let's fix this. Yo, what's up, Diggy? This one is actually... It's actually a stool. Toggle. But we're probably gonna make a table, just like this one. But a little bit bigger, without the hole in the middle. Toggle inspect. So this one only toggles once. Huh. But place, on the other hand, okay, good to know. Let's see here. I'm pretty sure that the only time we call this one is in playable action handler here. Place is not available, not available. We pick it up. Place should be enabled. Why do we get it so many times? Is my question. 3 times on an object change. Do we get that on spect? No, we don't. So for this one, we only get it. Ooh. 1 time when we do on and 2 times when we do off. Is that? That's also weird. Digi Tesla stock is up like $25 since I had to sell some last week. Sorry to hear, man. But that's insane. I don't get it. Okay, I can imagine us getting it twice. Or actually, no. Absolutely not. Update playable action states. For each playable action in playable actions. Oh, whoa. Yeah, that's not good. We probably want to do... So each playable action on availability change triggers handle playable action. So this one. And we send it in, and then we do it update playable action states, and we do it for all actions. Yeah, that is pretty fucked. Yo, what's up, Apukas? Yes, we actually do it multiple times per playable action, every time one playable action changes. Okay, my mistake. We definitely want to do it here, but listening on this one, that's... And the thing is, the reason we want to do it on all is because if one of them changes, or so we pretty much have a set of actions. Some of them might want the same button, but we will only choose the one with the highest priority. If the one with the highest priority goes from ready to unready or to available, and then we want to remove it from occupying that button, and if we remove it, we want to update all playable actions and see which one should replace it. So that's pretty much why we need to do this one here. But it's like we need to... We need to... I think a better option, so one option we can do here instead is we have a flag. So we set a flag if any of the playable actions has changed, gone from processing to ready or whatnot. If so, we set a flag that we need to update the states of all playable actions, and one time each frame we check the status of that flag. If we have had a change, we update the playable action states. If not, we don't do anything. That's one way to do it. So that's going to be option number 2. Maybe we can come up with a better way. Otherwise, we're going to run with that one. And we actually call updates active actions. Update. Oh, yeah. That's only update actions. Yeah, okay, so we have a backup plan. That's good. Apukas, fun fact, Apukas in Lithuanian means owl. I'm sorry if I'm butchering the pronunciation of Apukas, but yeah. Like, I really want to do an owl monster or creature in this game, or owl-inspired creature in this game. I think owls in real life looks pretty cool, most of them. But in most cartoons, they are also drawn, or almost always drawn, very cool as well. think it sounds right to me, lol. Yeah, same here. But you never know. Okay, so what could we do instead? I wonder if we want to do a enable disable flag instead. And if a playable action already is enabled, we don't enable it. Pukas, they look cute, but they're damn killing machines. Yeah, so I've heard, Never seen it in real life. Yeah, I guess for rodents and mice and stuff like that, they don't look that cute. Yo, what's up, Clark King? Did we manage to fix yesterday's event issue? Yeah, we're still working on it. I have traced it. So switching to Unity events in this case actually shown some light. Is that how you say it? But it actually made another issue visible in our playable action handler, which we're currently are trying to fix. We know how to fix it, or we have a backup plan, but I just want to explore if we can find a better way to do it. So basically, we have an issue where playable actions, like one playable action, can be enabled multiple times because we don't have a proper check in place, or because we call this one a little bit too often. And just before you entered, Clark King, I pretty much said that, like, we do it like this, like every time the availability of one playable action changes, we want to go through all of the playable actions and see which one are available or not, and see which one should be shown to the player based on their button priority or priority in general. Yeah. Update playable action states. I think we're gonna do it like this. We're gonna run with... But then again, if... We could quickly, just to make it work, and then we could add here if it's not already enabled, right? But that doesn't fix the initial problem of this one being called more times than it needs to. So this is also a backup plan. Pretty clear that we don't want to call this one here. And even though we do, so we can do it like this. Handle playable action, change, insert, remove. Update playable action states. Destroy get actions. Update active actions. Okay, we're gonna make this one virtual, yeah. Okay, let's do it like this. Private bool, playable action. Available playable actions change false. And every time we do insert playable action or remove playable action, we set this one to true. And then we want to check this one, right? But I'm also going to do playable action. We need a flag here. Is available, enable, disable. Yo, what's up, Mr. Hydro? Yeah, Dig is right. Unity. We're gonna do this enabled. And okay, currently we're gonna have to do this, but that's okay. Ooh, did I do it? We're gonna do base, but we're gonna have to change this one to protected. I thought. And then unfortunately we're gonna have to do this in... It's almost like I want to make these virtual. Just to be able to do... Add listener. Add listeners. And add listeners. We add listeners and we show UI. Do we do anything else? Enable, no. Okay, so I'm thinking about doing it like this. We're gonna replace enable and disable here with protected abstract void enable listeners. We want to go toggle listeners, protected, toggle, pretty damn sure we should be able to do... Do we want to check toggle listener? Do I want to change this one to add listeners or enable listeners, disable listeners, enable user interface, disable user interface? Maybe it's just simpler that way. And then we have this. One sec. Toggle visual feedback. Yeah, I'm gonna call this one. I really want to use these null conditions, but I'm also shouldn't use them with mono behaviors. This one isn't a mono behavior though. This one probably gonna regret this once again, but we'll see. Yes, playable toggleable. Forget if that was a not just some bot message. I'm sorry, but I have no idea about that. But always be careful. It looked a little bit suspect, you know. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. Just making sure. Okay, so now we have it a little bit more structured here, but it was mostly done to be able to do this flag. Enabled true, enabled false. Peace. Okay, so now we're back, but we have a little bit of a better structure behind the scenes. So, playable action handler, what I want to do here is, here we have this flag as well, available playable actions change. We set it to true here. Guess we could do it in here. One sec. If it doesn't contain it, in fact, do we want to set it here? Yeah, maybe. So here we set it to true. And here we set it to true. So if we insert or we remove, then we set this flag to true, some change has happened, and update playable action states. At the end of this one, we want to set it to false, basically. So now we just want to check whenever this one is true for a frame, that's when we update our systems. It still feels like a fucked up way to do it. Update active actions. We're gonna make this one virtual. Animate actions won't override it, but our playable action will. Instantiate. We have to destroy down here. Public override. So first we want to do base.update active actions, but then we want to do update playable action states. But we only want to do this if playable something change. Available playable actions change. If this one is true, then we want to update playable action states. Which means that we do this, but we only want to do this if, so should playable action be enabled? If this one is true, I think we want to, unfortunately, I think we want to calculate this one at all times. Tool should be enabled. If playable action dot, if it isn't enabled, and it should be enabled, enable it. Else if, we don't want to call this one multiple times either, so else if playable action is enabled and it should not be enabled, disable. So what other cases do we have? It could be enabled and it should be enabled. So then this one is false, so we don't enter this one. So this one is true. This one is true, so we don't enter this one. I think this is about how we want to do it. Let's try it now then. Now we only have one inspect change when we hover over a new. I want to say if we pick this one up, we should have something with place. Place should be enabled. Place should be enabled. So why wasn't it? Or actually, now this works. My only problem now is start placing. Now we have start placing here. Now we can place it. And we're back. But drop. Okay, beautiful. I'm a little bit worried why we just... Okay, let's see. If we replay this from the start and we pick this one up, and then we have start placing here. Did I just miss it initially? Pretty sure we didn't have it. Okay. It seems to be working. Fuck, I can't even read what this one says here. E maybe? Q? Oh. R. Okay. Can we jump while we sit? That's a little bit weird, but okay, we jump right after. Might want to look into that, but okay. This looks good, so now we can finally start with the terraforming one, I think. Twisty Burn, good to see placing something on your head is an option. Definitely, man. What's up, Scruff Duff? Hello, I enjoy these streams a lot. Thank you, appreciate it. I enjoy streaming as well, or doing them. Please, can you explain how much time you can spend on this game and if you have a day job or something? And when do you plan to release? I can spend roughly 4 hours each weekday on this game, so half time. And on the other 4 hours, I do other stuff. Like I would, or at least 4 hours a day on this game, weekdays. I would like to like bump it up a bit, but that's not possible right now. So, just like when we take something like this and we start placing it, and we get this placing phase, we want to get something similar for when we do... One sec. Oh. This one we need to check. If we take this one and we place, then we don't update, so we don't highlight the environment until we have selected something else. Let me just add that quickly to my notepad. And when Scraptoff, I'm sorry I missed the last bit of that. When do you plan to release? I don't have any specific date just yet. But I'm trying to ramp up to something I can release, but we'll see. Even though it will only be like a very, very early version. But yes, so when we start terraforming here, when we click E, we just don't want to terraform the ground. We actually want to show a lot of UI stuff and additional buttons and stuff like that to the player, because we want to be able to change how we terraform, how big or small of an area, texture, what we terraform, and so on and so on and so on. So that is the next thing I want to focus on. Playable action terraform. We instantiate the brush visualizer. One sec here. Oh, I'm pretty sure actually that it might have to do with action terraform. Hell yeah. So we do initialize. And then when we do process, we just do state finishing. So we just finish this one pretty much instantly. That's not what we want to do. Instead, we want to have it like this. Process, update, place, transform. We don't have something related to this, I don't think, but eventually in process, we're going to play some animations, but for now, we're just going to have an empty to do. And I want to have... set state finishing. We're going to remove that one. And much like in playable action place, or actually toggleable action, where we call stop here, we will do the same We already do the same in Terraform. So now we will start it. We will call initialize. We will start it. We will then be processing until stop gets called. Where do we have it? Here. And then we set state finishing, which calls finish, which calls terraform. And it terraforms with the current state of the brush, which playable action terraform will change. We will add some options here to change the brush stats. So anyway, now I think we should be able to start terraform, I don't even know what to call it, but initialize the terraform process and then finish the terraform process, I hope. So if we click terraform now, we get this. So we get our marker, and right now I think we can't change it because we haven't bound it. And then if we press cancel terraform, we get this one. So we might just need to rename them, but other than that, it looks good. What happens if we do this? Okay, if we focus something else then, and then we do cancel terraform. Okay, we're still focusing on the ground. I think we're gonna add a dependency to terraform. So while we're in terraform mode and we focus on something else, we're gonna cancel the terraform. I'm gonna add that to my little to-do because that is extra functionality we didn't have previously, so I don't want this in the first commit. Cancel terraform if focus change. Terraform, cancel terraform. I think we action type start terraform and finished terraform. Or actually just terraform, right? Start terraform, terraform. These are just temporary, but start terraform setup. Start terraform is fine. Yes, okay, so now we want to add a lot of we want to bind our action to more input, so we should be able to, I don't remember exactly how it was set up with the previous one, but let's see here. Oops. We should be able to change brush texture index, but we do it with change brush texture index. If I remember correctly, previously we used scalar secondary, scalar tertiary. Why don't we have any? Why don't we have anything bound to this one? Hmm. Hmm. Yo, what's up, PG King? Good morning, good morning. I wonder what happened with this one. Or am I missing something? PG King, interesting previous chatter. Yeah. I don't know. I have no idea what happened there. Still unsure if he was a bot or not. Okay, anyway, scalar. And PG King, have you seen him before? No, don't think so. Not that I can recall. Such a random thing to ask as a first interaction. Yeah. After having streamed for a long time, you pretty much get used to it. But yeah, it's pretty weird sometimes. Okay, scalar, tertiary, add positive, negative binding. Is this one bugged? Something is wrong with this one, isn't it? PG King, to be fair, I don't remember the first interaction I had here. I think it wasn't something like that, I don't think. Pretty sure. But who knows? The fuck, why can't I change this one? Can I add? Something is fucked here, isn't it? Okay. Scroll works at least. I think we have shift scroll and control scroll as well to work with. So when we start terraforming, we want to show scroll up or scroll change size of this one, shift scroll change strength of this one, and we want to show the strength as well. So we got a few things here. And we can start with those two, and then we want to be able to change the texture as well. But to be able to change the texture, I really want to have my scalar tertiary. But this one, I don't know what the hell is going on with this one. Okay, this here we can add stuff. Why? Ah, fuck it. So, in playable action Terraform, we want to add some extra inputs, just like we have in place. Rotate input definition we have here. This one is just something I put here to show what it will be eventually. It's not used in action plays, not yet at least. So we want to add some of those to decide what to do and stuff like that. Or which buttons to bind with which functionality. It's just like, so if we do scroll secondary and we bind it to decide the strength of the Terraform, that means that for the playable action Terraform to be available to the player, no other action with a higher priority can occupy scroll secondary. And that's the main thing with this one. What makes me think get event for input definition. This one might actually, in some cases, we might return an event with a parameter. Didn't think about that. Clark King, how are you determining the priorities? Are they assigned at startup? So for playable entities, which is just a character right now, we decide what this one can do with this list here. And so here we have all the actions that this playable entity can do, and we define the priority here when we add them. So, because I thought about this previously, we had priority assigned to the action type. So each action type had a priority defined, bound to it. But when it comes to like creatures, so when we have the creatures walking around doing actions, the only priority they have is their AI brain, pretty much. So the actions to them, they don't have any priority. That's why I moved the priority definition from action type to playable action. Because it's purely for visualizing the UI to the player and choosing what actions the player can do given a certain situation. Hopefully that clears it up and makes sense. So, unfortunately, or I think it's unfortunate, this one here, get event for input definition, currently only returns a Unity event with no additional, so no parameters. I wonder if we want to do something like this when we define it, or always forget what it's called. Or actually, it might be better to do we could also, we just Unity engine events, Unity action call. So we could also define it as where do we have our input handler? So here, just void find or add listener to we do it like this, and then we create a method like this one for a Unity action with something here. Clark King, would it be easier to use a priority queue to concurrently process the action based on the priority? You could pump events in the queue and then forward them to Unity input system. Let's see if I can wrap my head around this. Would it be easier to use a priority queue to concurrently process the actions based on the priority? I don't know. If produce a consumer pattern, yeah. I don't think it's that type of priority-based queue we have here. But I might have misunderstood your example. But so like, let's say that we have two actions, action A and action B. Both of these actions are a input type A action. So when action A and action B are enabled, both of them want to occupy or be bound to input action A or input button A. But only one of them can be, right? And that's when we use the priority. So we add both of them to the list, to that button list, but it's the one with the highest priority, which is first in the list, that will be the available one and the shown one. But if that one becomes unavailable, the next in the list will jump up, and since it's first now, it will be available. So action A, which uses button, let's call it X. And then we have action B, which also uses button X for playable entities. We can set prio high, prio low. So at a given point, if only this one is, so let's see here. I don't need to write it, but so at a given point, if action B is available, but not action A, then button X will be tied to action B, and we will show it to the player. But if then action A becomes available, which also occupies button X, then it will override. So now action A will be tied to button X and no longer action B, because this one has high prior, this one has low. If this one then gets disabled, so not available anymore, then we want to unbind this from button X and we want to rebind this one if it's still available. In a produce a consumer pattern, or in what you wrote in the message before, what it makes me think about is that if this one is available and this one is available, we put both of these in a list. We bind them both to button X and we put them in a list. And when we press button X, we first process the action with the highest priority, and then we process the action with the lowest priority. And it's not like a consumer based queue system or priority system we are working with here. Does this make any sense, or did I misunderstood? But let's see here. We're gonna jump to input handler again and go to add listener to event, public void add listener to event. And I don't know what this one is. Scalar float. Okay. Input definition. Because this one is the parameter, right? Or is it? I think so. If we're not careful here, we might get a issue where we fetch an action event. And actually, it's not action events here. Fuck. Input definition. And Clark King, yeah, got it now. In that case, you could bind once and have logic in the handler to use the correct action. In that way, you could avoid bind on bind mechanic. Yeah, that's actually true as well. So we bind multiple actions to one button, but then we only utilize the first one, the one with the highest priority. But it's also a question of I'm thinking about it, maybe. Because we also have certain cases where it might look like this. Action A uses button X, pointer, button R, T, and button LT. And then we have action B that only uses button RT. This one has prio high. This one has prio low. If this action tries to bind itself, or if this one is available and currently bound to RT, and then this action becomes available and tries, before we show this to the player or bind it with any input at all, we want to see so that all of these are free to use. And since this one since action B is bound to RT, we can't bind this one at all. So we can't partially bind it, X, pointer, LT. All of these needs to be free for us to even show this to the player at all. I guess it's just a question of where we do it. Currently we do it we decide if we bind or not based on the availability of the buttons, but you could always bind, and then when the button triggers, that's when you check. Or something like that. I don't know. I think it's just a question of where we want to put it. Can't we do this? Oh yeah, action events. Never mind. So action events is currently just Unity events here, but I want to put, like, I want to put this one. I want to put this one. Can we do it? maybe not. Inherit from events, Unity event base. Okay, so I think we're gonna put it like this, which is a little bit... Dictionary, I want to rename this one event, maybe. Input event load. Input definition scalar. Don't we have scalar tertiary? Yeah, what the fuck? We don't even have this one, do we? Hmm. Okay. Scroll wheel. Okay, scalar then. Oh yeah, scalar is shift, control. Okay, I get it, I get it, I get it. Scroll wheel, input definition scroll wheel. Probably want to rename that one. I think. But we'll get to that one soon. But then I wonder this one. Navigate. Oh yeah. Navigate. Toggle event. This one we want to add to input events void. It's fucking weird. Probably gonna have to do an iteration on this class eventually. It's a bit weird to say the least. So toggle event, this one is just right click. Okay, but now we should have them bound at least. To events. So then we have add listener to event, add listener to event. And depending on which one we send in, we get the correct one. Either a Unity event with float argument or no argument. And then get event for definition. This one we're gonna remove, which will lead to an error in playable, toggleable action. And instead we make this look a little bit better by doing add listener to event, toggle input and definition, toggle action. We have it on one line, maybe with one of these, probably yes. But yeah, here we want to remove, so we're going to have to add a remove method as well. But before we do that, I'm just going to take this one and put it here. Remove listener. Okay, beautiful. Now we should be able to do in playable action Terraform, we should be able to specify serialized field, prefab. I think we want to put it here. Input handler. No, not. Input definition. Okay, I guess we can take some inspiration from the brush, what these methods are called. We have set or change brush texture index, set brush radius. Okay, strength and radius, add texture. Strength, radius. Change radius. What did we call, oops. What did we call it in place? Playable action place. Rotate input definition. Change radius input definition. Change strength input definition. Something like that. And so get all input definitions. We want to add change radius, change strength, and change texture. So doing this will hopefully set this one to ready or not ready, depending on how it looks. Instantiate visual feedback here. So this is here we instantiate it. I don't think we need to do anything. Actually we do. Much like we have a button map item here. We want to have a few button map items. I don't even know what will happen. So we want to ask for button map item, set button information, get action, get description. Where do we have it? Set button display string, get display string for input. And then we do input definition, get label, player input actions. I'm very interested to see what we get for control scroll wheel, for instance, here. But so action place or toggleable action. Here we have a button map item. Might want to rename this one. Toggle button map item. In playable action Terraform, we want to add a few of these as well. One for this one for this one for this one. Where do we want to keep action Terraform? Private button map item. Button map item, let's just call it button map. Okay, it's toggle button. Change radius button. Change strength. And we want to initialize them here. Did we use playable toggleable action? Yeah, we used a game manager. I hate this. We're gonna do button map item, public static, button map item, instantiate. Okay. We want to add some information here as well. We'll check if input handler is null. For getters like this, I don't know, is it stupid to wrap, if we have a singleton, is it stupid to wrap it in? So we have a static method that is get display string for input, and within that method we check if the singleton exists. If it does, we get display string for input for that one. Otherwise, we return something else. Instead of checking for null here and stuff like that. It feels stupid. One sec, I'm just gonna pour a new cup of coffee. I really don't want to check it. Set button display, get display string for input. What I'm wondering is, could we do input handler? Public static string get display string for input. Input definition. And in here we do if oops. None. Yeah. Something like this. And yeah. And then we change the name of this one. Where do we have it? Then here instead we just call input handler. So this one will always be available. And we can remove this one. Maybe a little bit nicer. We can do set offset as well. Yeah, this one. I don't even know. I don't even know what to do about this one just yet. So this is just a quick fix to make the buttons not appear exactly on top of each other. They're still overlapping though, but there's some difference. We do it in, so this is going to result in world space offsets as well, which is weird. Maybe, just maybe, we will do maybe we will package this into some struct that describes how it should be visually rendered or positioned. Now this will work, I guess. Input definition, we could do is input definition dot scalar is input definition scalar secondary and input definition scalar tertiary. For all of these, we return a new vector 3 where we do 0.0f, 0.5f, 0.0f. It's just, I don't want them to appear exactly on each other. So let's just add this random offset for now. So back in Action Terraform, we instantiate all of these, and then we do beautiful. Okay, maybe not that beautiful. Change radius button is equal or dot set button display string input handler dot get display string for input, and here we do some input definition. Change radius input definition. Yeah, then we want to set the offset as well. That's true, that's true. Might want to set related actions as well. But that's just on update visual feedback. Process action state change. Hmm. I'm pretty sure we want to set this as well. Would it be nicer to just do it here? Set related action. Do we really need to change this? This one never changes. This one does, however. Okay, so we want to do both of these. Yeah. So now we should have these buttons. We don't have any description for them just yet. This we fixed here, update visual feedback. Okay. So when we update this description here, I want it to say what clicking the button does, but I also want it to show the current value for that parameter, right? So if it says change radius, we also want to show the current radius. So definitely want to do it here. And I wonder if we're just gonna hard code it for now. Show, hide. Eventually, this brush visualizer is going to visualize these things on its own entirely, I think. But for now, we're gonna add the buttons here as well, I think. Show place interface. I think we honestly just want to override this one. Both in place and inspect. Hell yeah. Yeah, let's fix that now, actually. So we're gonna take these, we're gonna put them in place, instantiate visual feedback. Why would we put this one here? That doesn't make much sense. If we enable it, did I screw up here? Maybe I was a little bit too quick. Okay, let's keep it the same then. Update place interface. Show Terraform interface. Here we want to do change radius button show, change strength button show, and change texture button show. And then we want to do the exact same thing but hide instead. And then update Terraform interface. We haven't bound anything to these just yet. So we need to do... We pretty much need to do this, yeah. Add listener to event. This one is mono behavior, so it gets updated every frame. We don't need to add that manually. Like changing the position of it and the scale and such. I think we changed the scale as well. In late update. I'm pretty sure. I guess we will find out. So the only thing we need to set here or update are the buttons. The text on the buttons, that is. I'm not entirely sure of where I want to add the label text for what these buttons do. Yes, we can just hard code it here for now. We definitely want to have it somewhere here. So eventually here, I think we're going to put it here and here. We're going to have private void update brush. We'll change brush radius. Set delta. Load sign. Okay, we only care about sign. And what we want to do in here is action terraform dot change. Do we have that? No, we don't. Dot brush dot change brush radius sign. We also want to do change brush radius button set button information. I'm wondering. Yeah, okay, let's just put it here for now. Change radius button, set button information, change terraform radius. Why is this one capital B brush strength? Okay, that's weird. And then I wonder what brush strength string is. Oh, yeah. Something like that. Yo, what's up, Cooler SK? No error, 1K. Yeah, I don't even know if we have texture index string. Yeah, we can use this one. Not today. Okay, nice to hear, nice to hear. Have you had it lately? Or can you remember when the last time it occurred were? Add listener to event. Input definition. Dot scalar. No. Change radius input definition. Kurosuke, I was here yesterday, I just didn't say anything. I appreciate it. Hope you had a nice time lurking. Change texture, input definition, there we go. Okay. Yeah. Let's see where this leaves us. I'm just gonna remove these as well. Kurosuke was here yesterday and so was the error 1000. Sad. I wonder if I should stream. Maybe I will try stream in 1080p or 1080p instead of 1440. I wonder if it could be related to that. That's my best guess currently, at least. Okay, let's just try and see how this looks, if we get any errors or something. We don't even have a terraform option now, do we? No, we don't. I'm pretty sure that's because oh, we have an error. Let's check that one first. Cannot find action in default input actions. Terraform 51. Set button display string input handler get display string for input. Cannot find action in default input actions. Okay, did I fuck up? So get input definition, get label. Which one was it here? Change radius input. Oh, yes. But that's very important. We need to fix that later on. But playable action terraform, we also need to specify these. So none, if we get to none, we get an error. But maybe that's good. CoolRSK 1440p is not supported in all regions yet. 1440p, which, but then it has to be that, right? But it feels weird that it can't downgrade instead of showing issue or error 1K. So change radius input. Let's just go with scalar, change strength, scalar secondary, and change texture scale tertiary. Let's see this then. No errors, and now we can start terraform here. So if I start terraforming here, we get this one and we get description. What happens if I scroll? Ooh, change terraform radius. And if I do control, change terraform strength, change terraform texture. How long have I been muted? Fuck, I hate when that happens, but okay. So this works. The only problem being that we don't see the correct input binds here. We're gonna fix that, but I need to run AFK real quick. So be right back a couple of minutes. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Yo, yo, yo. What's up, Marcus? Hope you're having a wonderful Thursday so far. Okay, though. So, apart from the fact that this looks like shit, we don't care about that now. I'm wondering why we don't see anything in these. I wonder if Terraform change Terraform radius. I want to see what button text holds. It holds nothing. A okay. So I guess what we would want this one to hold is control, something like that. Marcus Johnson feeling good. I'm almost done with my website. Nice to hear. Okay, let's see what values we get for this one. So it's this one. Set button display string, get display string for input. Input definition here then is scalar, for instance. So we call this one. We do input definition get label, scalar. Our label here is scalar. So we get the action, and we do get binding display string, mask by group, player input current control scheme. Oh fuck, yeah. Don't we get... Okay, so input action is probably null? Nah. But now I want to get to the bottom of that. Okay, so is it this one? Like, is it this that fails, or is it this one? Get binding display string input action. Let's double check this one. Get binding, is it this one? We do it on input action. Okay, so it has to be this one. Get binding display string, and we send in an input binding. And an input action, of course. So probably this one? No. Yeah, this one probably. Yeah, it's weird that we get nothing. Okay, let's double check. We can just double check it like this. I'm gonna return E. This one fails. Start terraforming. Okay, we don't get E. So we do get to this one. I guess, I reckon we could actually get to this one as well, but nah. Nah. Player input, current control scheme. Could it be that current control scheme is something else? Something other than... So for the control scheme that we don't have, or could it be that the control scheme is here? So keyboard and mouse, what do we have for scalar? Keyboard, mouse, keyboard, mouse. But I mean, action, Q, keyboard, gamepad, and we show these just fine, so that's not it. Keyboard, mouse, default map, general input. Could it be that it's a composition? For compo, or we can just do composition. My guess is that it's related to this. What can we do about that? Nothing about composition, right? A little bit worried about this one, this label as well. Scalar. Is that the label we have? It should be. Marcus Jensen, what inspired you to build a game like this one? What keeps you going? Honestly, like, I really enjoyed this kind of game, and I guess Viva Pinata is one of my biggest inspirations for this game. Like, I want to play my take on that game, if that makes sense. And what keeps me going, honestly, a few different things, but mostly I enjoy it. I enjoy building this one. I knew it would take... in some ways I want it to be a forever project. Not that I never release it, but that I work on it for a very long time, you know, with updates and stuff like that. Marcus, so you make something that you want to play yourself 100%. It feels like I would be a little bit of a fraud if I didn't, you know, but although that's not true. Yeah, what's up, Ginger Dev? Hope you had a wonderful stream previously and a wonderful Thursday. Okay, how can I test if my theory is correct? Because I'm guessing that it's this one, the composite, or the composition, that screws me. I guess the result I would like to get is left shift plus scroll. Or do we get something here that is too long or something like that? I don't know. Bind. Just want to make sure. Ginger Dev, I did, thank you. Day 2 of my new game has started super well. Animals can be picked up, dropped, put on a track, run around the track and gain currency, which is now visualized too. God damn, that sounds like a lot of things. For day 2. Okay, what did we say? Bind, 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 bind. QQQREF, and here we have zeroth. Mask by group, player input, current control scheme. I'm pretty sure we have PC here. Yeah, we do. Ginidev Jup and a nice camera system, but I know exactly what I want so I can streamline my process pretty well. Nice, nice. What's up, Unity Coda? So, new Unity input system. Should I just move on? What happens if we skip the mask group? One sec. We don't care about display string options. Binding index. Okay, first of all, I want to see what happens if... let's just return this. We don't care about the mask by group or anything like that. Let's see if this gives us something. Marcus, have you worked with the new Unity UI toolkit before? And if so, how is it? I'm wondering if that's useful to learn it right now. I haven't worked with it at all, but I'm actually thinking about diving into it in the near future. Although Ginger Dev over on Twitch says he hates it. Plain and simple. Yeah, I'm wondering, like, I want to refine the UI in my game a little bit, and that feels like a perfect time to learn the new UI toolkit. Vintrix looks like a pain. Yeah, I haven't heard many good things about it, actually. I'm gonna have to do some research before it, I guess. Ginger Dev, I way prefer the old UI system. I've learned to love it. Yeah, I've never been that deep into either the old or the new system. I've had extremely simple UIs in my games, my previous games. Fuck, we'll see. Like, I'm gonna research a bit, and maybe, just maybe, we'll do a Unity UI toolkit, Unity UI toolkit streams in the near future. Okay, we don't get anything here with this. Do we get an error warning? Yeah. And then I want to try 0. Binding index. We're gonna get an error for this one. And GingerDev, I've had to create entire apps just using the old UI for clients, so I had to learn it super in depth. Oh, damn. Are we talking like non-game apps? Of course, we get an error here. Input action binding bindings dot count. Okay, let's just debug it like this then. If input action dot bindings dot count is bigger than 1, two. Marcus Jensen, I do like the canvas one because it is easy to use, but I sometimes feel pretty limited, so that's why I'm wondering if UI Toolkit would be a better option, maybe. I know nothing about UI, the new one, unfortunately. Start Terraform. Ooh, here we go. Now we have something. So I can't really answer that question, unfortunately. So what do we have here? Ooh, here we go, here we go. So we can print this shit. Does this one... Does this give shift in my native language? But not scroll wheel or anything else? So 0, index 0 gives this. This is 1, this is 2. 0, 1, 2. 0, 1, 2. So 0 is the one we want. It's weird that so if we just do this, we get nothing. If we do this, we get the composition. This one represents the first one, this is the second one. Okay. Clara King, by the way, on the contrary, I like not to be tied to a particular toolkit. In general, I end up implementing interfaces to make it easier to change between engines and so on. So you just implement your own UI solution, or? Vintrix, these pauses between thinking is so relatable. Yep. That's how it is. Okay, so what I'm wondering is binding index. Can we get the binding index here as well, maybe? Input binding mask. Binding. Or do we want to do it? We do this. Binding mask, display string options. Display options, binding index, display string options, and finally binding index, outstring device layout name, outstring. How annoying is it that we don't have a get binding display string, binding index, And then binding mask. Input binding. Oh, well, let's do... And I'm also wondering one thing. I know this is nice, getting the binding display strings like this. But eventually, I guess I would like to have like custom sprites for the different buttons for all control schemes and stuff like that. So we'll probably create some scriptable object kind of thing. Or I don't know if like, how would one solve that with the new input system? But for now, of course, I want to use short. So let's just do it like this and 0 here. And I will add a little bit of a comment. Note previously used mask something. Mask by group control E. And then we'll return. And then we're gonna have to fix this. I'm thinking of maybe just scale it to fit. So here we have a skift or shift plus scroll wheel. Yeah, here's another thing. So we had this, we actually had looked into a question of this one, right? Returns non-English names. That's weird. Okay, so here we have this. Here we have control, and here we have forward back, which is the side buttons on the mouse, I think. Oh, here we have it actually. Now it works. Beautiful. Yep. Forward, back, and then this. Okay. I mean, we could do something like, where do we have it? Auto size. I thought, maybe not. max. Auto size options, min, max, 10, 2, 3, okay, 4. Three is actually pretty good. I'm wondering though, oh yeah, it's probably 2 that is good. Yeah. Two 10. I'm probably gonna go with 8 for max. So 2, 8. Two, 8. It's extremely small. But I mean, it will work for now. Oops. Forward, back, control, scroll wheel, shift, scroll wheel. Shift, change terraform radius. Control, change terraform strength. Do they work? Yeah, we want to cancel Terraform as well when we're focusing some other object that is not terraformable. But yes, canceling. Probably have some dedicated cancel button. I don't know. On PC, I guess that would be... Escape. We could... Fuck, I'm gonna have to decide this on a like gameplay design level first before I even think about implementing it. Because the question is, like, one could think that we have a cancel button that works anytime we have an active action, but we might also want each action to have its specific cancel button. So if we start terraforming with E, cancel terraform would be Shift E. If we place with Q, cancel place would be Shift Q. Fuck, I have no idea. Like this, the idea of canceling an action in process haven't crossed my mind when it comes to like input related to input. Canceling place, my go-to canceling place has always been to just drop it with the hold action. We don't have that option with Terraform. But yeah, I'm gonna have to go to the drawing board with that one. I'm gonna write it down. But apart from that, I'm wondering if we're done now with the playable action implementations. I'm gonna have to see if I have some notes. Inspect window. Lagging while moving. Yeah, it did that previously, so we're gonna wait with that one. In-game mouse pointer lagging, this one I don't know. Not anymore. Oh, when we select something it does. That's true. Okay, we're gonna keep that one. Error when playable entity has action that action handler doesn't. That one is fixed with the new action system. Holding big shovel looks wrong. That's not related to this one. Yeah, okay, one thing. Placing chair doesn't highlight ground after. Yeah, was a bot. Do you have an undo redo system? Not in the in-game terraforming, if that's what you're referring to. Clark King, what's next on the roadmap? When we have these playable actions in place, so now we have split up the actions and the interface of the actions. I've been pondering. So my roadmap is a little bit dynamic. I always have, after a complete task, I have a few things to choose between. And one of them, which I'm pondering right now, is to actually start implementing some simple creatures. But I'm afraid. But I think we're actually going to do that. We're going to start implementing some creatures, but like I guess we will go back and forth between implementing creatures, implementing new actions, and improving the user interface, specifically for inspect. I'm leaning towards creatures, but I can't promise anything. So that is going to revolve around, we're going to try and develop some very simple AI brain, AI agent that has needs that affects what actions the AI agent does. But we'll research and write a more detailed plan about it when we get there. And I'm not entirely sure just yet if that's what's next. I don't want to promise anything. But okay, first I need to commit all of this. I'm just here wondering if placing a chair doesn't highlight ground after, if it's something I want to fix now. Same with cancel terraform is if focus change. So if we place this one and we pause, but I want to pause. Well, I want to place it here and pause. Yeah, our action terraform is just available now. It's not ready. Our focus... Oh, this is actually handler old. Sorry about that. Let's see here. Here we go. Action terraform is available. And what do we have? Element 0. Is this focus? Yeah, and this one actually focuses target. Pretty sure this is focus. Yeah. Ah, I could see it here. So our focus actually focuses the environment. But our action terraform hasn't been notified. Fuck, has it? Action terraform environment. Target terraformable is empty though. Let's see here. I wonder if it's... Oh. Terraform is ready. Available. Ready. And then we pick this one up. Now it's also ready, but... And this start placing here doesn't appear for some reason. Huh. Okay, we're gonna double check dependencies for action terraform. Lucas added debug lines to print to console what is happening after some steps. Maybe it will be available to, or easier to spot the error. That's the plan if we can't solve it here. Like, if we do debug mode here, we can see what most variables, the values of most variables, and that helps quite a lot. And we also have a lot of logging being done here. Oh, one sec. It might actually be focus. That is, okay, so it's ready now. We pick it up. It's processing. We place. Now it's available, and when we place, it's ready, but it's not processing. So it's when we place something, focus goes from available to ready, but it should be going to processing here as well. Wonder why it's not. And we're gonna look into that. Apukas, sorry, did not notice that it was grayed out. No sweat at all. And I think this has to do with the focus dependencies. Place, yes. On process change, dependencies fulfilled. Is not processing. So we check if on place, if it's not processing, then this one is. So while place is processing, this one we disable focus, and while so when we go from processing to finishing, we should be notified here. Set state interrupting. If it's not fulfilled, interrupting. If it's fulfilled, we want to set state. We want to check something. Yeah, then we want to check dependencies, I think. I think we can solve it with this one. Oops. Ready. Yes, of course. Ooh, okay, I get it. Focus on point. So what I did initially was that I just checked if it should go from available to ready. What I did now, however, is I pick it up from where we left off pretty much. Hope this works. I'm gonna be careful so I don't, but it doesn't. space point is point. Oh, come on. Are we seriously? We could do base.setState. This has to work, otherwise I'm no idea what's going on. State dot initializing. So it's just if place starts processing, interrupt. If place stops processing, initialize. Thank you. Okay. Beautiful. What I wonder now, however, is when we pick this one up, why don't we have a visible start place button here? Start placing. Where the hell is this one? The fuck? Now we have start placing here. Sometimes start placing just disappears. I have no idea why. Well, the reason it disappears as well is because it's located at the center of the map, which is just quite weird. I'm wondering if that has something to do with, or if that is some hang around stuff as well. Okay, let's see if it disappears once again soon. What did we have? Placing chair doesn't highlight ground after. Now it does. Cancel terraform is if focus change. I think this is the last thing I want to fix before we commit this and finish this issue. So if we start this one, actually I'm going to do one thing before we continue. Button map item. I'm going to take this one and we're going to do auto size. What did I say? 3.8 or 2.8, I think. Okay. Oh yeah, we have this one as well, that we don't change the text on the, we have changed them once. So let's fix that one first. Playable action. That's not the correct one. Playable action Terraform. Set button information. Okay, good. And then lastly we have, if we start terraforming and we focus something else, we want to cancel it, right? Which should be quite easy to achieve, I think. I think I want to solve it on a action level, so not playable action, but an action level. Which means that action terraform processing here, when we change target environment, target character, are we still processing? What happens if I press E? Okay, target terraformable, this one stays the same. Yeah, this one is still the environment. But I find it weird. So if we jump to action, action terraform, we have dependencies here. We have is processing dependency. That's our focus one. And then we have can target receive action dependency terraform. So we update it here. So I guess we just need to do if dependencies. We want to do something very similar to this. If it's not fulfilled, then we interrupt. I think that should fix it. Okay, now we're back. Now we don't have a place icon anymore. Now it's down here for some reason. Okay, so then I know it's still... but okay, so start terraforming, and then we focus on the character and we stop terraforming. Start terraforming, stop. Beautiful. I wonder if it's the same if we show information. Yeah. Okay, good. Displace button though. That one is weird. Apukas, hell yeah, indeed. So, not action plays, but playable action plays. So, oh, maybe. Okay. Place. I think it has to do with when we do place, when we enable place. When we do toggle and we do toggle set, not button information, but set related action here. Get action. Set related action. And what we do with this one later on is we do get point of interest. And I'm wondering if target is null or target use origin, then we just return point position. Otherwise, target transform position. Yes, and then in action place, we override this one. If target placeable is equal to null, base get point of interest. Otherwise, target placeable place transform position. Target placeable. Oh. I'm not entirely sure about this one, actually. Could be target placeable, place transform. This one is a struct, yeah. So it's probably that this one is null. Target placeable, place transform. Update place transform. has to be this. I think it's just about instantiating this one. Start interaction. Maybe we can do it here. Or yeah, I think we're gonna need to do this. If is null or state is not equal to state.processing, I think. It's only when we're processing we want to do this. I think. And this is one of these issues that are... I wonder why it's... not behaving similarly at all times, but I think this should solve it. Apukas, off topic, have you thought about adding halftone shading on shadows in your visuals? Tutorials use screen and world space, causing dots to look odd when objects move. Would love to see your take on it. Halftone shading on shadows. Let me look that up. Unfortunately, I need to run now, just when I got this very interesting question. Would love to look it up more. But I'm gonna look it up off stream, and hopefully I can give you a better answer if you remind me tomorrow or some other time. Because unfortunately I need to run now, but I would say that we are entirely done with this one. So off stream I'm gonna finish this one, commit everything, and then tomorrow we're gonna do some various cleanup and small stuff, and then next week we're gonna start with the next big thing on the roadmap. Apuka's Hi-Fi Rush style. Okay, I will keep that in mind when I look it up. But yes, thank you so much for watching, everybody. Appreciate it, and have a great rest of the day. Peace.